Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. This is day one, session 3. Tonight will be about our midweight men and I believe some women. Midweights are usually about 60 to 82 kilos, somewhere in there, so that's probably about the weight classes you will be seeing tonight. We're going to get started here in a few minutes, so I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Abby Lockingen. I actually am a lifter myself, and I'll be competing later on this week. I lift for Concordia, and with me I have Nolan.
Hello, I'm Nolan. I'm also a lifter at Concordia.
Are you lifting this week at all?
Yes, I am.
What day?
Sunday.
Nice.
What day do you lift?
I'm on Saturday. Well, while we wait for things to get started, just a shout out and a thank you to our sponsors first off for making this possible. And then second off to our spotters and loaders. As a lifter, we also have to work at spotting and loading different meets, so we know it can become a lot and be tiring, and it's a lot to keep up with. So kudos to them for all groups that are working our 4 platforms tonight to make sure our lifters have a good meet.
I've spotted and loaded 1 meet, and the only thing I can remember from that is that I don't want to do it again. So
it's a good time when you're with the right people. We'll have squats up first, followed by bench, and then a deadlift to close it all off. Looks like we're starting out the evening with our 60s and our 67s. Our platforms are getting loaded, so. All right, platform 2, 3, and 4, we're getting going.
Sabrina with a really good opener, moved really well. As well as Austin making his look really easy. That's always a good sign when you have a good opener. If it moves really well, you have a lot more options for your jumps.
What is like the most common number, or I guess amount of jump someone would make on a squat?
I think it usually depends on weight class. Like earlier today, we saw a lot of all the smaller weight classes, so you'll see smaller jumps anywhere from 2.5 to 10 kilos on a squat. But bench is usually a little lower than that. But once we get throughout the week and throughout these sessions, you'll start seeing more like the super heavyweights, the 140s for the men, and the 100 plus for the women. You'll start seeing more 12.5, 15, 17.5 kilo jumps from these guys.
We're starting off strong here with a lot of really good opening lifts, a lot of white lights all around the board.
They love to see it. Also, just so many colleges.
It's platform 4 with a little bit of a slower opener than you would want.
Yep.
Platform 3 looking really smooth. Little misdirect here on platform 1. A little bit of a miscommunication going on between him and the ref. It's definitely important to make sure you're watching what your ref says and making sure following your commands, doing everything so you don't get red lighted. seem to bother him. He had a pretty good opener.
You also always want to make sure you're watching the platform with Gino on it. If he's there, something important's happening.
I think he's got a sign. He loves his signs. Got a sign for UTSA out there today. A really strong opener on platform 3, opening up with over double his body weight at 180 and getting 2 white lights. He did get a red light, meaning one of his judges did not agree with the depth.
And then on platform 2, had 3 yellow lights. That can mean a different number of things. Most commonly, you'll see with these low bar squatters, sometimes their elbows will touch their thighs, and that is a cause for a no lift.
Missing your command is a very big yellow, red light also.
Very much so.
On platform 3, we see that they're moving the bars in for our next squatter. Do you know why that is?
It depends on the lifter. Most of the time, that's usually if someone has a very wide, their arms are very wide. Also, sometimes you can be in between 2 rack heights. Like a 9 doesn't feel like the right height. It looks like this is what happened with Matthew. Maybe 1 rack height feels too high and then 1 feels too low, so you gotta split the difference, putting the rack height in.
Looks like we had a no lift on platform 4. Both side judges calling on depth.
It's also really interesting just to see the difference in technique with these lifters. Like hand placement on the bar, feet width. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat, and there's definitely a lot of ways to squat.
Yes. Prime example of this would be platform 4, who's an equipped lifter, is a lot wider than we tend to see. With the way the knee wraps are, they like to be a little wider, that way they have more control as to what they are doing when they are going down in their squat.
And also with that squat suit that they use, the wider the stance makes it a little bit easier to sit back in your squat.
Platform 1 is also opening with a pretty strong number of over double his body weight already, and making it look really good.
Platform 3 from Friends University, we also have another lifter over double body weight, touching triple his body weight on an opener. And it makes it look pretty easy too. I'm excited to see what Perez has to offer us later in the day.
We had a no lift on platform 2. Probably had to do with this lockout or with bouncing on the way up. Not sure which one the judge saw. Mo on platform 1, making his opener fly. I would take a big jump if I were him. However, one of his side judges did call depth, so he'll need to watch out for that just a little bit. But the way that move definitely would jump, it leaves 7, if not 10 after that one. Beautiful opener on platform 3.
Exactly, a lot of really strong openers. Abby, when you lift and comp, what would you say usually for attempts 1, 2, and 3. What are your, if you had to pick like percentages, weights, like what you've hit, like, talk us through attempts 1, 2, and 3. What are you thinking?
Yes, of course. For me personally, and what these lifters seem to be showing us tonight, your opener is definitely a number that you have hit before. You know you can hit very confidently. It wants to be a number, at least for me, a number that moves really easy. This is an uncommon, maybe unpopular opinion, but for me, my opener is usually a number that I know I can triple and or double to make sure that I'm actually hitting my first lift so I don't have a bomb out. A bomb out means I don't hit any of my squats and therefore get no team points. Then my placement doesn't count or anything. So I make sure it's a number I can hit. Then after that, I usually try to go up about 7, if not 10 kilos. And then for my third, I make it something that I've either struggled with in practice, but still feel confident in hitting, or something that I've never hit before because my second moved super well. So it really just depends on the lifter and what they're comfortable with, but a lot of times athletes and coaches like to go out making sure it's a number that they can hit. That way they are off to a strong start for their meet. The big opener on platform 1 with Tyson, who is attempting 180, close to triple his body weight. Same with platform 3. We'll see if Nicholas can make this move. And he did. That was a beautiful opener there for Nicholas.
You did mention bombing out. That's something that unfortunately does happen from time to time. And I think today especially, the travel might be wearing on some of these athletes. A lot of people, our team included, just got in yesterday. So that can be a huge factor, along with trying to make weight and all that. That can really take a toll on someone. And numbers that felt really good in training, just it all changes on the platform.
I would agree with that. Platform is definitely a different type of pressure and mindset than it could be in practice. But all of these athletes are seeming to do really well so far. A good opener, but a little slower than she probably preferred on platform 4.
Yeah, that really narrows down your options on your second and third attempts. Even if you feel good, if it's really slow, sometimes coaches are a little apprehensive to make big jumps.
Same thing on platform 2. Looked good, but a little bit slower than what I personally would have preferred my opener move at.
A little bit of a miscue on platform 3. Looked like I wonder what happened there.
It looks like the judge thinks he moved his knees before he actually squatted, which is not allowed on the platform. So I believe that will be his first lift. It'll be a no lift because he moved his knees a little too early, and he will have to redo that on his second.
The worst part about that is, if you're coaching that athlete and you see that happen, you have no information from that lift. If you see him upright fail it, which I doubt he would have, at least you know what's wrong. But you can't really game plan around that. Now, as that coach, do you go up and assume the best?
Platform 1 and 2 already starting their second attempts. We're seeing some 10-kilo jumps here from Joseph and Eric. Still looking really strong there for Eric with a really solid second squat. Big kudos to the spotters and loaders for catching that re-rack there. Joseph showing us a really, really strong second lift.
And as we get into these seconds, you're going to notice a lot more fight in these athletes on the way up. Openers moving like they should, and then you see a lot more athletes grind a lot harder on their seconds.
We have a no lift on platform 4. Probably missed commands. Or had a little bit of movement.
It can be really hard to, I mean, this place is really loud. It's loud, lights are flashing, everyone's yelling at you, you don't know what you're hearing.
A lot of excitement. We had a big 20-kilo jump by Kelvin on platform 1, making it look pretty good though.
If I didn't know that number, I think I would have assumed he made a 2.5-kilo jump.
The judges will agree with 3 white lights for him. Something a little bit interesting here on platform 1, we have Brandon attempting 160 after failing on depth a 145. A lot of confidence here, jumping 15 kilos after a depth call. We'll see how he handles this. He does it with ease.
That'll be a big difference in strategy. Brandon making a 15-kilo jump compared to Sophia Howell on platform 4. Missed her first, 135, and retries.
Vincent on platform 2, really good depth, but a lot slower on the up than I think he would have preferred. That was only a 5-kilo jump, so let's hope he can do that again and keep the momentum there for his third squat. We have another reattempt on platform 3 at 187, hoping to nail the depth this time.
Platform 2 of the really easy second. Probably going to make the same, if not a bigger jump. Sometimes you'll see it is just a difference in strategy, but sometimes you'll see some coaches like to game plan very specific jumps that are like 7.5 kilos from lift to lift. And sometimes you'll see a lot more leniency. People will take a 10-kilo jump and then maybe down to a 5 and then to a 7.5-kilo jump. It really just depends on the athlete and the team.
We have a lot of different types of techniques. Some some of these lifters are a little wider or a little more narrow than some of the others. A lot of the people who are more of a high bar squatter, meaning the bar just rests higher on their back, tend to be a little bit more narrow than the athletes we see with a little bit wider legs. Their bar tends to be a little lower on the back. Seems like platform 2, we had miscommunication between the judge and the athlete. And that'll be a no lift for him.
A big 12.5 kilo jump on platform 3 for Darian Delgado.
Austin on platform 1 with only a 2.5 kilo jump, but making it fly. So we'll see if he jumps something a little bit bigger before his third. What are some of the differences between equipped and raw lifting?
The biggest differences you'll see are, I mean, obviously the equipment is different. The use of different equipment is the biggest one. You'll see on platform 4 with Danelle Rosario. The equipment around the knees, platform 3 with Matthew Mancias is wearing a knee sleeve, and Daniela is wearing knee wraps. The knee wraps are a lot tighter, a lot more spring to them, but they also are a lot harder to control. So a lot of the times you'll see that the equipped lifters on the descent will be a lot slower. And you'll think, wow, that's moving really slow. And then they'll bounce up out of the hole. So a little bit of an advantage if you can control it, but a lot of the times you can kind of see them get out of position, and then that'll cause them to have a no lift.
It seems like a lot of these equipped lifters, especially for, well, I guess only for squatting, seem to struggle a little bit more with the depth, probably because of what you were talking about with that control. Makes it a little harder to sometimes really reach that depth.
Yeah, that is the biggest, it's the biggest give and take, because it can be very, very beneficial to have those knee wraps that help on the ascent. But if you can't, you'll see sometimes powerlifters will say, well, at least you got it down. And to the uninitiated, that sounds really stupid. It's really, you'd think, oh, it's really easy to get it down. But with all that equipment around your knees and the squat suit, it can actually be hard to get the bar down to depth. As well as later you'll see on the bench with the bench shirt, it can be even harder to get the bar down to the chest.
We've got some really good lifts on platform 1 and 2. Gabriel right now attempting 170 with a 7.5 kilo jump from his first. A little bit of a grind there. We'll see what he decides to do for his third. We have Miles on platform 1 attempting his second squat at 12.5 kilos higher than his first. Making it move.
Another big difference in technique that you'll see across both raw and equipped lifting is the torso position. That can be very different lifter to lifter. You'll notice sometimes anatomically people will have kind of shorter legs and a very long torso. That can be really disadvantageous to a lifter for squat especially. And you'll see a lifter like that most of the time will be in a high bar position as compared to someone with more of a short torso and longer legs and more of a high bar, or a low bar rather. Each lifter is trying their best in honing their technique for their body.
Good lift there on platform 4. We have Hector on platform 2 with a 10.5 kilo jump from his first. Unfortunately, not making that squat on his second attempt, which is something that can be a little frustrating, definitely as the athlete, to not make your second, but it looks like he was called on he was called because he didn't get in, was given yellow lights for essentially dropping the bar as he went down.
This is usually around the time when you start seeing lifters start to not make lifts. Everyone is emptying the tank, trying to do their best, and sometimes it just doesn't happen. As platform 4, we have a no lift.
Platform 1 and platform 2 already starting their third squat. We have Joseph and Eric. There will be no lift there on platform 2 for Eric.
And a good lift on platform 3 for Davis. We'll bring up Adnan Alvarez. It'll be interesting to see how Adnan bounces back from this. He got 3 yellow lights, which indicates to me that he might have either missed a command or dropped the bar.
We've got Brandon out on platform 1, hoping to make another 15 kilo jump from his second to his third. Brandon is currently forecasted to place second. With missing that last squat, we'll see how it all plays out.
Daniela Valdez on platform 4 is forecasted to take first place in her weight class as the equipped women's 65 kg weight class. She is currently going for an American record squat attempt. She gets it down. And that's a pretty easy ascent, I'd say, for an American record.
And good.
She'll get that.
Out on platform 2, we have a lifter who is really hoping to make this so he does not bomb out of his squats. He got the squat, and we will see what the judges say on that one. And that'll be good. He will not bomb out on his squats. He will still have the chance to place for his team.
Diego on platform 3 with a big jump for his second. A little bit of a grind for him, but he got it up well for 3 white lights.
Platform 4 also hoping not to bomb out with this last lift. She has failed and jumped every time. Sorry, he. Just kidding, they moved on. A really good grind here on platform 1 for Dylan with his 180 squat.
As unfortunately, Caval does not make his third attempt.
That was a good lift for Dylan on platform 1.
Charles Young, after failing his first squat attempt at 132.5, and then making it on his second, ups 10 kilos. As Darian Delgado also retries his second attempt. Charles Young gets it up, and we'll get a good lift.
Platform 1 and platform 2 both making their final lifts there. Both of those men have now gone 3 for 3 on all their squats, receiving all 9 white lights. Austin on platform 1, who originally only jumped 2.5 to his second, is now jumping 10 kilos for his final squat. And no lift on platform 2 due to depth. A strong grind there for Austin. He does get it up. And he just proved us wrong with that 10 kilo jump. It was good.
Big grind for Zane.
The University of Hawaii, it's a long way from here.
It's a big trip.
Unfortunately, that's a no lift on platform 2. Didn't even get that one out of the hole, which is something we tend to see a lot, especially on our third lifts, is athletes will get it down. Sometimes you'll either lose control in the bottom or lose your brace, and you tend to not be able to get it out of the hole. So you can see here, you can see the athletes physically breathe to make sure they get that brace for their squat.
Bracing is one of the most important things on the squat specifically, because if you don't have a good brace, the entire chain falls apart. So you really have to make sure that you're tight in your entire body to get the squat up.
Both Ethan and Jonathan on platform 1 and 2 are looking to continue their streak of only white lights as they finish out these squats.
All white lights that's what we're always shooting for. Well, it can also be kind of, in a way, not a good thing, depending on the athlete. Sometimes with different athletes, you're gonna want a little bit more, be a little bit more ostentatious. Even if you're always going 9 for 9, sometimes it might be you're not going hard enough. Obviously, None of these lifters are not going hard enough. It's nationals. Everyone's going for it.
I think he's trying to say that sometimes those one red lights allow for a little bit of a learning opportunity or a place where an athlete can look to improve strength, which will help them in the long run. Unfortunately, that is a no lift on platform 2. He has now failed 172.5 twice. Tyson McCray on platform 1 with a big jump to his last squat. He got a 12-kilo jump, but he made that look easy. That'll be a good lift for him.
No lift on platform 3 will bring up Stephen Tran. Squatting now. Almost exactly triple his body weight. As Daniela Rosario makes her third.
That was a good lift and a big celebration on platform 4.
A deserved big celebration as Stephen Tran grinds out his third. Left nothing in the tank.
Gabriel grinding that third, shifted a little bit. Unfortunately, that will probably mean it gets called by the judges. As you noticed, he shifted to the side there at the end of his squat.
Wendy with 3 yellow lights.
The judges still deciding what they're looking for or what they're wanting there on platform 2 after that leaning squat. And it'll be no lift. For the reasons that I said, he had some foot movement, and because the foot movement was because he shifted there, and then it also caused a little bit of bouncing and trouble with that lockout.
Fortunately for Capetillo on platform 4, looked like she was just a hair shy.
Beautiful third on platform 2. Grinded that out really well and was given the good by the judges. Big squat for Maya on platform 4 for her last squat. Attempting 185, which is 407 pounds as a 65-kilo lifter.
Big lift, looked good for Mia.
Looks like the judges are not agreeing with you. Probably trouble with the lockout or some bouncing on the way up. Platforms 1 and 2 are both getting started on flight 2. Right now we have Kevin and Nick out on the out on the platforms. Really easy opener for Kevin. He smiles on the way up because he knew that was good.
Yeah, on those blue cards, sometimes it can be really tough to tell with bar path. If, for example, Kaylee right here, big grind. Sometimes on those big grinds, there can just be just a hair of movement, the bar going downward for just a second, and that would be a cause for a no lift.
We have some strong opening attempts on platform 1 and platform 2. Both Philip and Anderson almost in sync with the way they squatted.
Now Sydney on platform 4, trying to move ahead from 3rd to 2nd. You can see how Sydney, when she squats, you can see a little bit that control on the way down, and then right before she hits depth, you see just a little bounce. She gets right to depth, and then control, and then a little bounce at the bottom. And that can be very helpful for these equipped lifters with just that ascent coming out of the bottom.
A little bit of a grind here on platform 2 for his opener. He still seems happy with it. And it'll be a good lift from the judges. UT taking platform 3 and platform 4 at the moment.
Big grind. Doesn't get it.
Neither of them got that lift on platform 3 or platform 4. Good lift on platform 2, strong opener. We also got Case on platform 1, the 172.5.
As well as on platform 3, Nicholas Wynn making a 10-kilo jump. Then on platform 4, Daniela Valdez looking to break the American record she just set last attempt.
Platform 1, Case, who just had a really rough opener. A lot slower than an athlete is hoping to see here. Platform 1 with a beautiful name that I am not going to attempt. Aiming for 175.
And Daniela Valdez gets 3 white lights on her 3rd attempt, setting and then resetting the American record.
Beautiful opener for platform 1. And a crooked opener on platform 2.
A big grind from Adon Alvarez. Unfortunately does not get it. As Ava Kuhn starts off the 2nd flight of platform 4 with 110 kilos.
Diego out on platform 3, hoping to continue his white light streak for his 3rd attempt at 230. Well over triple his body weight as a 67.5 kilo lifter.
almost touching, getting close to quadruple his body weight.
Getting up there. We have a 170 opener here on platform 2 from McKendry. Making it move really well. Solid, strong opener for him.
Diego Mercado, unfortunately, does not have his third. Diego lifting a lot better than his forecasted place of 5th, currently in 1st place as we finish the squat.
We'll see how that continues to stand as we keep going throughout tonight.
That's one of the most interesting things I like to watch for when I'm watching powerlifting is how the placements change from lift to lift. Like, you'll see someone, they're 30 kilos maybe above everybody in the pack on squat, and then you'll see someone, they call themselves a bench specialist, and then they'll jump up and catch the guy in first. Seeing everyone's strengths and weaknesses and how they play throughout the meet can be really interesting.
I do agree with you there. Nice opener on platform 1. He was excited about that one. I can't help but laugh. Platform 1, this spotter is really making sure he gets those plates on there before he clamps that. Nice opener on platform 3. Another good opener on platform 2. Ian from Utah State, hoping to do the same thing. Ian's actually from my hometown, and I lived with a lot of his other teammates when I got out there, so a little impartial to their team, but that was a really good opener for him, whether or not I knew him and his teammates. Hoping to have a good day. Besides being able to compete and really show out on nationals, the national stage, I think nationals is a really cool experience to just be able to meet people from other places that do the same thing you do. And some of them do it better than you do or whatever, but just to be able to meet those people and have those conversations from outside of your team or outside of your state, I find to be a really, really cool experience.
Exactly. This community is so supportive. Everyone, I mean, the sport itself is built on hard work and camaraderie. Everyone is here, no matter what singlet you wear. Everyone is really pulling for you to do well. And
yes,
it is a great community. It's awesome to go to an event and you've never met someone, but they know you because they've seen you on social media.
Platform 2, we have Wyatt showing out for our school here, opening with 190, over triple his body weight. Wyatt took 4th place last year at Collegiate Nationals. Hoping to see what he can do this year. as a teammate, I'm really hoping for him to have a good day. But as Nolan mentioned earlier, we're really out here hoping everybody has a good day. Platform 4 with a really solid opener. Same with platform 1.
The best collegiate nationals, in my opinion, is the one where everyone goes 9 for 9 and hits 3 PRs.
That would be really cool. Platform 2 with a really wide stance squat. Seemed to work well for him though, as he nailed that opener. On platform 4, we have Reagan, who happens to be someone that I have competed against a couple times. Really strong athlete, really competitive, also really sweet at the same time. She loves to have a good time, always gets super excited, and that was a good lift for her.
Also from the University of Kearney, Nebraska Kearney, one of very few lifters from UNK. Midland lifters are a dime a dozen, and UNK lifters are a needle in a haystack.
A lot of small schools and a lot of lifters here to show out and have a good day. Nick on platform 2 getting us started on our second squats for their flight, and a really, really easy opener on platform 1 by Jesus. He's not even phased by that, no face change or anything, but a really strong opener.
And another strong opener by Jonathan Judo. Squatting over triple body weight.
Platform 2 with a really solid second lift. Probably could have been his opener for how well that moved. However, the judges are calling him on depth for that squat. Both side judges called depth, so it will be no lift. We have Christopher on platform 3, who's projected first in his weight class. We'll see how he does today out on the platform. That opener was really well, really good opener.
Exactly. After making 210 move like that, it makes sense why he's projected first.
A lot of these men only weigh 130 to about 150. Some of them even less than that are out here squatting 350 plus pounds.
Denise missing her opener at 185.
Platform 1 with a really narrow stance squat, but also a higher positioning on the back. Made that move really well.
Another difference you'll see is the timing on these squats. Sometimes you'll see mostly equipped lifters, you'll see a lot more control on the way down, maybe even a slight pause at the bottom, and then like this last lifter from platform 3, kind of like a dive bomb on the squat.
Yeah, he was very confident going into that, made it move just as confidently as he was.
It can be kind of risky, even for raw lifters, because the control really needs to be there if you're gonna crash down and try to come back up from that.
Jennifer on platform 4, an equipped lifter who is also seated first in her weight class at the moment, hoping to have a really good day and show out to keep that spot. So we'll see how it plays out.
Opening just 20 kilos shy of quadruple body weight. Gets a good lift, and I'll bring up Ava Kuhn.
Another crooked squat for Ray. It seems to work really well for him as he's gotten his first squat. And I believe now his second. We're waiting on the judges for that one. And it was good. Crooked squats tend to come from just the positioning on the back. Sometimes it is a little bit more comfortable for an athlete to have it just a little off-centered. So it does happen. It's a little more uncommon, but you will see it happening out on these national stages. Great depth on platform 2. For those of you at home who might be wondering what depth exactly means here at Nationals, depth means that the athlete must break 90 degrees with their hips. So the crease that their hips and their legs make must break 90 degrees or parallel to be able to be considered depth. Sometimes it does become a little bit tricky or a little bit hard to see. But, oh, we have a puker on platform 2. Second attempt, and we've already thrown up. Platform 2 looks a little unsure of what to do with that, but make sure it gets cleaned up. However, the squat was good. He did get that squat.
Good. And as that does happen from time to time, you always know that they leave nothing in the tank.
A lot of the times, some of the athletes that puke tend to be from athletes who cut a little bit of weight to make sure that they're in their weight class. Sometimes after they weigh in, they have a lot of water and a lot of food really fast. And when you're putting your body under pressure like this to nail your squats, sometimes it just happens. We have some good lifts on platform 3 and 4. Joseph on platform 2 is projected 7th in his weight class. And after his first squat is still holding that spot. We'll see how the rest of the day plays out. And if he keeps that 7, moves up, or if someone takes it from him.
Weston with a strong 220. Made it look very easy.
As a lifter yourself, are you someone who likes to make sure you know confidently that you can nail your third, or is your third something that you like to go show out for and see if you can hit something new? What are your opinions, and how does your mindset? What is your mindset when you get to that third lift? Is it something that you're wanting or something that you know you have?
Great question. For me, most of the time on my squats in comp, squat is my personal best lift. So if I'm at Collegiate Nationals, I am trying to make at least a 5 kilo PR on my third. My first and second can be something that I've hit before or something that I feel confident in, but my third will always be something that I have never hit before.
We'll see if some of these lifters, as they start to finish their second into their thirds, if they take your way or if they like to stick with something that they're comfortable with. We definitely will see both out here on the platform. We'll see people grinding for something, well, I guess we personally don't know, but we'll see them grinding for something that looks like it could be a huge PR for them, or we'll see some people who seem to be a little more comfortable within their third attempt. Matthew on platform 1 with a really strong second, he jumped 10 kilos from his first, and I personally would jump another 10, if not a little bit more after that second attempt. Glentarius on platform 2 with a 17.5 kilo jump from his first squat. Got a lot of people cheering, so we'll see how this all plays out. And he makes a move. 17.5 kilos was nothing for him. We'll see what he jumps for his third. He might go by your way and try to show out after that jump.
After the way that second looked, I hope he does.
Platform 1, Ian was called on depth for his second squat. He probably will still go up after the way that moved, just hoping to really secure that depth on his third lift. On platform 2, we have Anthony reattempting 190 after a depth call from 2 of his judges on his first squat, causing him to not receive it. Waiting on the judges for Anthony's 190 attempt, and he gets it. He hits that depth, no problem for his second squat. Hopefully he jumps a little bit.
But unfortunately on platform 4, Reagan, the no lift, being called on depth.
Depth seems to be one of the biggest calls made here by judges today. We've seen a lot of depth calls. Sean Murray on platform 2 with a really fast second lift after a 12.5 kilo jump. He did receive a depth call from one of his side judges, but overall a good lift.
Depth can be something that's pretty hard to manage when you're training because you don't want to go so far down that you have to work harder. We also can't miss it on depth. So it's a big thing that a lot of people really focus on when training squat.
Got to find that sweet spot.
Exactly.
Wyatt with a no lift on platform 2. He does have one more attempt to come back and hit that squat. Something you might have noticed at home is a lot of these athletes, if they miss it the first time, they either reattempt it or go up. As a powerlifter, one of the rules is you are not allowed to drop weight. You have to either stay at that same weight or you can choose to go up depending on what your your preference is.
And that does kind of make it tricky for these lifters, their strategy, because knowing that you can't go down after you fail can really sets the parameters for your meet day strategy.
That was a good lift on platform 1. Platform 2, starting their third squat attempts. Again, Nick here, as we were just talking about failing and what numbers you might choose, he was called on depth for his second squat and chose to go up 2.5 kilos for his last one. Big smile on his face as he finishes that one. He's very confident.
Good lift on platform 4 will bring up Caden Polito.
We have a 15-kilo jump here on platform 1 by Eric. Hoping to squat 202.5 here. And he does it. For me personally, that is how I want my second to look. Just a little bit tough, but easy enough that you have some more in the tank. It was a beautiful squat. There's a no lift there on platform 2. Anderson on platform 2, after only jumping 5 kilos from his first to his second, is now jumping 12.5 kilos from his second to his third. And he does it. That was a great third attempt, and it is given to him, and he is very excited about that squat.
Jennifer Benavides makes a 10-kilo jump. Jennifer in first place is also projected in first place. Big fight on platform 3 for Damien. After making a 10-kilo jump from his first, he will not get it.
We're getting into some third attempts out here on platform 4. Starting off strong with Ava, nailed that 130. We had a depth call for Ray on platform 2. Unfortunately, does not get that last squat. All 3 judges agreed that depth was not there for that day.
Andre Jimenez making a 17.5-kilo jump after his first of 210. makes that look easy.
Grind on platform 1. A good grind for a good squat. A good grind on platform 1. We'll see what the judges say, but that should be good. And it is. Bianca on platform 4 with a reattempt of 155, and she gets that for her 3rd attempt.
As well as Alexander reattempting his 187.
Unfortunately, that was no lift on platform 2. Seemed to be a depth and probably a lockout call. That'll be a no lift on platform 2. Platform 1 only jumping 7.5 kilos after a 10-kilo jump from his first to his second. Hoping to make this one move as well as his other 2 moved.
A big grind for Desiree on platform 4. See if the judges reward her efforts, and they do.
He did get it up, however, out of the hole, he had a little bit of bouncing, and unfortunately will not get that last lift. Platform 4, we have a reattempt by Reagan. I'm sorry, she went up. She will be attempting 177.5 after a depth call on her 2nd squat.
Quintarius Brown having to fix his equipment before getting under the bar. Pham feeling good about his 3rd squat attempt. Drains a 3 as he goes back behind the curtain. Kurt's reattempting on platform 1.
Rachel on platform 4, consistently jumping 7.5 kilos between all 3 of her squats, hoping to make this one move like her last 2.
That's something you'll see with a lot of lifters. They kind of game plan certain jumps just to can make the meet feel a little bit more predictable. You can gauge how much heavier the next squat will feel or the next attempt will feel based on how 1 and 2 go.
Wyatt on platform 2, reattempting the 200. You can tell by his face he is determined. Unfortunately, that'll be no lift for Wyatt on platform 2. Jesus on platform 1, hoping to secure this 200 kilos so he does not bomb out of the meet. The first one was a majority depth call. The second one was probably due to bouncing and lockout and also depth. Hoping to really secure that depth this time.
Looked like a much cleaner lift.
It looked good to me. But unfortunately, the judges are not agreeing and he will have bombed out. Which means there's placement does not count and he will not be able to score points for his team. He still gets to compete the bench and the deadlift. It just will not be counted towards anything. It is hard as a lifter to do that and still come out here with a mindset, a good mindset for the rest of your lifts. But I really hope for him that he is able to still have a good rest of his meet.
It is really hard as a lifter when, unfortunately, there are a lot of factors that go into nationals with travel and making weight and a bunch of other things. Sometimes the weight just isn't there, and being an athlete and trying to go through that can be hard. But as Abby said, it's very important to keep a good mindset and go throughout the rest of the meet.
Platform 2 is getting ready for bench, which will happen in a couple of minutes. The athletes do get a break between each event. Platform 3, also hoping not to bomb out of this meet. He did not hit his first and went up, did not hit his second and has still gone up for his third. So a lot of confidence there.
Bit of a rainbow on his red cards. Did a little bit of everything wrong.
Waiting on that call from the judge there on platform 3 for Christopher. Owen on platform 1, hoping to keep his all-white light streak up for this last lift. He jumps 15 kilos to a second and has only jumped 5 for his last one. Good grind. He does lock it out.
Safe to say he won't be called on depth.
And that lift is good. He continues that streak, all white lights on his squat.
as Jennifer Benitez starts her squat with an American record attempt at 238 kilos. And she is successful. The now new American record holder in the squat, Jennifer Benavides. That'll be the last squat on platform 4. And bench will be started by Sabrina LaBelle. Jonathan with 6 white lights so far, trying to keep his streak alive into his 3rd bench attempt. Just shy of 500 pounds.
Platform 1 is also now getting ready for bench. The athletes will have a little bit of a break before they get started with that.
Carson with a big fight, unfortunately doesn't get it. Royo, after his 2nd attempt, shook his head, thought he didn't like his 2nd attempt. He got 3 white lights for it. Probably did not move the way he wanted to, but he'll still move up 7.5 kilos for his 3rd and final attempt. And he will not get it.
we're back and ready for our bench session. Platform 2. We are getting started here soon with the other platforms not too far behind them.
Starting us off, Eric Barrera, trying to make up a little bit of ground after failing his last 2 squat attempts, putting up at 75 kilos.
The athletes are given a break in between the squat and bench, and then again between the bench and the deadlift, just to get warmed up, make sure they get some food, water, and all that kind of stuff, just so that they have a little bit of time to make sure that they're prepared and they're ready to have a good lift, whatever the lift may be.
It is very important to have breaks because meets are usually an all-day thing, and when you're lifting all day, it can be very tiresome.
Eric starting us off strong with what looked to be a really good bench starter opener, and it was. The judges will agree with that one. 3 white lights. One thing you'll notice as athletes start to go through their bench is the bench portion does move just a little bit slower than our squats and our deadlifts might. A little bit more of a setup for the athletes. There's the rack height to change, the safety racks. You might notice some lifters eventually lifting with blocks. Spotters and loaders are doing a really good job of making sure that all of that is where the athlete has requested it to be, but they move just a little bit slower.
That is correct. As long all these spotters and loaders are doing a fantastic job.
Yes, they are. Roberto here with 77.5 kilos for his first attempt.
Then on platform 4, Sabrina opening up at 65 kilos.
We have an equipped lifter who looks to not have her bench suit on yet. Sometimes we do see that when it comes to equipped lifting. Some athletes actually choose not to bench with the bench suit. They just like to deadlift and squat in it. Some of them choose to put it on after their first attempt. It really just depends on the athlete. But it looks like our first and now our second equipped females have not put the bench shirt on.
That is something that is very individual to each athlete. Sometimes you'll see that because it can be, it's a two-edged sword, the bench suit. It can help a lot, but if you're not able to control it, which some athletes aren't, it can really mess you up on your positioning in the bar path, which is very important on the bench.
We have platform 1 joining us over here with Kelvin, starting us off with 80 kilos. Platform 2, we have a no lift on this first attempt. He was shaking his head after his start command, so I don't know if that was an overestimation on what he should bench or a missed setup, something along those lines, but hopefully we can come back on this second one. We have a bench shirt over on platform 4. Really controlled on the way down, and a pretty nice slingshot on the way up. Did get a little bit crooked, but it is a good lift. A no lift on platform 1. Probably missed a command or something, or it could have been that there was movement after they were given a command. So if an athlete moves their butt off the bench, their shoulders off the bench, or their heels off the floor after a start command is given, it is a no lift for that athlete.
Exactly. Once the head ref has given them that down command, there can be absolutely no movement from those 3 contact points.
It can be a little tricky for some athletes to not move their butts on the bench, especially when incorporating leg drive on some of these heavier benches.
Yeah, that's right. On bench, especially with powerlifters, they're trying to get as much energy from every part of their body as they can. And for most people, a bench is like just the chest. But for powerlifters, we're trying to get as much leg drive as we can for just that little extra boost from our lower body, pushing that bar up. Three white lights on platform 4. That'll bring up Kaylee Gleason.
We had a no lift on platform 2. Again with that yellow, probably meaning that there was some sort of movement. It probably will not be a miss on command because their head judge did give them good. So it was probably a movement that could not be seen by the head judge.
Might not see it a lot today, but especially on bench is when you'll see the most missed calls or missed commands. There are a total of 2 commands on the squat, 3 commands on the bench, and 1 command on the deadlift. So with bench having the most commands, it's easier to miss one.
Can you tell me what those commands are for the bench, the 3 that they're looking for?
Head ref will be calling start, press, and rack. We'll see with Charles being a perfect example. Start, you're just waiting. The bar has to be motionless, and then they'll say start, and then we'll bring the bar to his chest, and then once the bar is motionless on his chest, we'll say press, and then once the bar is motionless again, then they'll say rack.
Got it. So there's 3 points of motion that judge is looking for.
Exactly.
Got it. Good lift on platform 2. Starting to break into the hundreds on these benches over on platform 1 and very close on platform 2. You'll also notice between all platforms that each athlete has a very different setup as to how they choose to position themselves for the bench. Platform 2, we've got a pretty high arch and very controlled. Some athletes you'll see a lot flatter, depends on the athlete. Also, hand position is very important on the bench. You cannot see it on the live stream, but there is a section on the bar that you cannot have all your fingers past. There's a little cutout.
Little ring on the bar with no knurling.
Yes, and at least one of your fingers must be on that, or in the middle of it. You cannot be past it.
Another thing you'll notice is, as with Faith, some benchers are light touchers, just barely touching the bar to their chest. And then it happens a lot more with the heavier weight classes. You'll see the bar kind of cave into the lifter's chest.
Neither of which are wrong approaches. It really, again, just depends on the athlete.
Completely depends on the athlete.
However, for the lifters that choose to cave a little bit more into their chest, they have to make sure that they're not bouncing it when they get that press command, or else it'll not be a good lift.
Correct. I'm more of a caver myself, and sometimes you can get caught up. The bar doesn't go all the way down before you get that press command, and then you're not in the right position that you want to be in. And then if that bar goes down after the press command, you'll get a heaving call. That'll be a no lift.
We've got Andrew on platform 2 attempting 105 for his opening bench. A little bit of a struggle there for an opening bench. We'll see how he comes back from that for a second and his third. It definitely was not a bad lift, just a little slower than some people might prefer. Got a lot of noise in the room for the Raging Cajuns. We are on home turf for them, is what they would call it down here in Louisiana. Definitely seems to be a lot of them in the room tonight, either cheering and or lifting. Strong opener for Wendy down on platform 4, opening with 105.
Three white lights on platform 3 will bring up Stephen Tran, opening up at 105 kilos.
On the bench, we tend to see a lot more smaller jumps.
That is correct.
A lot more 5, maybe 7. I think 10 might be the biggest we might see out here tonight. But athletes would make a smaller jump on bench just because of the way the lift is. Sometimes it gets a little harder to jump a little bit more. I know me personally, I'm not a huge... When it comes to bench, I do not make huge jumps. The max I usually make would probably be about 7.5, and that's, to be honest, only if my lifts are moving really, really well. If not, I usually stick to about 5.
I'm usually the same way. 7.5 kilos is usually my go-to. 10 is max at the most. Something would really have to fly to make a 10 kilo jump on bench for me.
However, on platform 2, we do see a 10-kilo jump here, and he did make that move. And it was a good lift for him. We have a 5-kilo jump here for Gavin, jumping from 85 to 90 for his second attempt.
Davis Berrois of LSU opening up at 110 kilos. Very Louisiana sounding last name.
On platform 1, we have Kelvin, who received 3 red lights on his first bench and has jumped 5 kilos to his second. First one was most likely called on either commands or some sort of movement in the bench, and it seems to be something that he personally thinks he has enough control over to be able to jump on the second bench.
That's usually most common. You'll see people go up after 3 reds. It's usually because they missed a command, not because of strength reasons. You can see Kelvin had no problem with that weight.
Gilbert from Friends opening with 120 kilos, which is 264 pounds, almost benching double his body weight.
You also see a lot of lifters going up and talking to the head spotter and loader for lift-off instructions. Something very, very individual. Everyone has their own way of doing it.
Can you explain kind of what a liftoff is? Are they giving you the bar? Are they helping you with the bar? Or is it kind of just depend on the athlete?
Well, the liftoff is when you'll see one of these spotters and loaders will stand on that little platform there, and they're not really giving you the bar. It's kind of just a little help off the rack. You don't want to pick it up completely, because then the athlete can kind of lose shoulder position on the bench. But kind of just guiding the bar out for them, because sometimes it can be really tricky for the athlete to unrack the bench.
A liftoff is not required for our athletes to have. It is just a personal preference for the athlete. As you can see, a lot of them tonight are running a liftoff before their bench. Platform 2, a little wobbly after that handoff from his spotter. Looks to be grinding it. We'll see if we can get that lockout. He does have the lockout.
It was a huge grind, platform 2 for Hector.
Unfortunately, that'll be no lift there. Platform 4, attempting 85 again after 3 red lights. It looks smooth. We'll see what the judges say.
She got 2 blues, most likely for bar path. You see on the ascent just a tiny little waver. That bar went down for just a little bit, and that is cause for a red light.
Platform 2, we have Daniel attempting 102.5. He's looking for the Air Force. And on platform 3, we have Andrew opening with 130 kilos.
Caval with a big grind on platform 4. We'll get 3 white lights on 85 kilos.
Nicholas on platform 3 opening with 130. Seems to be running his clock pretty low.
Getting as much time as he needs for his attempt.
For every lift, every athlete is given 1 minute to start their lift. By start the lift, that means you have to, on squat and bench, have your start command. And on deadlift, you just have to make sure that you've started picking it up before the timer runs out. Some athletes take more time than others to set up, and sometimes if you let that clock run out, it can become a little bit dangerous, especially if your setup takes a little bit longer. If an athlete does run out of time, it does just become a no lift for them, and they will move on to the next athlete. Luckily, we have not seen any of that out here tonight. Every athlete has managed to complete their lift within their time.
And Daniela Rosario with a big fight, a no lift.
We've got Miles on platform 1 attempting 115 for his second lift. A 5 kilo jump from his first. And he made it look easy. There's a lot of noise out here on platform 4. We got a Raging Cajun going. That was Michaela with 97.5. And it was good.
Back-to-back Raging Cajuns on platform 4. Sydney Tucker.
We got Carson on platform 1 with the 117.5. Looks pretty easy.
Three white lights on platform 4 will bring up Wendy Zhu, making a 7.5 kilo jump up to 112.5 kilos.
Wendy is forecasted 4th in her weight class, and so far has held on to that 4th place spot. looking to make sure he has. He's looking to make sure he gets this bench, or else he will bum out of the meet. He needs to fight for it. Unfortunately, that'll be a bomb out for Sahil on his bench. He still gets to compete his deadlift. It just means that he gets no points for his team and his score will not count. There will be no placement. We've got a big grind here on platform 4. And that'll be no lift. No lift on platform 2 for Eric.
Daniela Valdez getting ready for her second attempt. Going up 5 kilos to 122.5. Forecasted first place is currently holding on to that first place.
We've got Matthew on platform 1 attempting 135 with a 10-kilo jump from his first bench.
As well as Austin Dugan on platform 3 making a 12.5-kilo jump.
He's confident. Confidence is key.
Indeed it is.
Jason Clark on platform 2. Excuse me. Gavin on platform 2, attempting 95 kilos for his third bench attempt. A good fight for him. Let's see what the judges say. It'll be good.
With that, Gavin moves from 10th to 8th.
Gavin has also gone 6 for 6 so far, all white lights, having a great meet, hoping to keep that up for his deadlift.
As well as also currently placing a lot higher than predicted. Gavin was predicted 25th, currently in 8th.
Platform 4 hoping for a good lift so he does not bomb out. And it'll be good. Saved from the bomb out. We see Gino out on platform 1 with his UTSA powerlifting sign for Brandon, who's grinding his third attempt. Unfortunately, will not have that tonight.
Davis on platform 3 with a 7.5-kilo jump. Davis is also lifting high above expectation. Currently in 11th after being predicted 28th.
Vincent on platform 2, attempting 100 kilos for his third lift, making sure that his spotter knows exactly how he wants his lift off.
Athletes are very particular about their lift off, especially on a big stage like this. A lift off can make or break your bench attempt, and making sure that spotter knows what you need is crucial.
Faith on platform 4, hoping to not bum out here on her last bench.
Got a yellow on her first bench attempt, and then 2 blues on her second. Trying to get 3 whites on her third.
We have platform 1, we have Austin attempting 117.5. Faith made sure she got that last one. Fortunately, there's no lift on platform 1 and no lift on platform 2. Vincent on platform 2 is attempting 105 for his final bench. Really controlled on the way down. Unfortunately, did not get it off the chest.
Matthew Mencius on platform 3 with 2 white lights after a big grind.
$7.5 kilo jump here for Gilbert on platform 3. And then no lift on platform 4. I think for me personally, through my experience, the last attempt on bench seems to be the most missed by most athletes.
I would tend to agree with that. Bench is a very technical lift compared to the other 2. There's just a lot more that can go wrong with different lift-offs. There's a lot more you can get called for.
That was a huge grind on platform 2. Unfortunately, it was no lift, but he really fought for that. Platform 1 is excited. Do a little dance and a jump.
Danielle Rosario tries 87.5 again. Good feeling her second.
We have quite the grind here on platform 2, and unfortunately will not get that tonight. A lot of control with these descents tonight from these athletes, making sure to keep everything tight and controlled on the way down. As we talked about in the squat, brace is really important. It's same here on the bench, making sure you keep everything nice and tight and supported on the way down, to be able to hold through that press or that pause on the chest and then through that press.
That is true, especially with trying to get that big leg drive. If there's no brace, all that energy that you're driving through your legs doesn't get put up the chain into the bar. So big brace is really important to have an effective leg drive.
Platform 2 starting flight 2 already. Up next is Anderson Lee, opening with 90 kilos.
No lift on platform 4. We'll bring up Sydney Tucker.
Nicholas on platform 3, really taking his time again before he gets out on the bench.
Sydney Tucker, the Raging Cajuns, with 3 white lights on her third and final attempt at 105 kilos.
It was a good lift on platform 1, and he was really excited about that. We have Matthew up next on platform 1, attempting 142.5 for his final bench.
As well as Wendy Zhu on platform 4, trying to stay in her 4th place position, also her forecasted position.
Matthew is forecasted 15th, and currently with his squat and bench is placed 3rd. We'll see if he can hold on to that for the rest of the night.
Wendy with a good lift, 2-1. I'll bring up Daniela Valdez, re-attempting her 122.5 kilos.
That was a good opener on platform 2.
big grind for Daniela. Trying to find the lockout. Unfortunately, does not.
We have some big openers on platform 1 and 2. Platform 1 is opening with 100 kilos. Platform 2 is opening with 105.
And on platform 4, second flight starts off with Bianca, opening at 60 kilos. Don Alvarez, after making a 7.5 kilo jump, decides to only take a 2.5 kilo jump in his second.
A lot of excitement in the room right now. Platform 1, we have Ian attempting 102.5 for his first bench. And on platform 2, we have Wyatt opening with 115.
Wyatt, after failing his last 2 squat attempts, he's now trying to make up some ground.
That was a good lift on platform 3. And a good lift for Wyatt there on platform 2. Hoping to keep that momentum up for the rest of his bench.
Looks like Ava will have a no lift.
Nicholas had a really good opener. It seemed to fly. Platform 1, we have Adam, who has so far only had white lights through his squat. Hoping to keep that momentum alive for his bench as he opens with 102.5.
Desiree Alanes also 9 for 9 on white lights through her squat. Now opening up at 70 kilos, exactly body weight. Big fight for Darian, gets caught right before the lockout. And 6 red lights for platform 3 and 4. That'll bring up Matthew Mencius on platform 3 and Elena Coleman on platform 4.
Good openers on platform 2. Matthew with only a 2.5 kilo jump from his last bench. Probably hoping to play it just a little bit safe to secure this bench. Unfortunately, he does not get that here tonight.
Matthew, even after missing that that last bench attempt, still in 5th place.
We have Jesus opening up with a 110 for his bench. And Sebastian on platform 2 opening with a 135. Sebastian's making sure that his spotter knows how he wants that bar handed to him. Really strong start for Jennifer on platform 4. That was a good lift on platform 2. And a really strong opener for Isaiah on platform 1.
Morgan on platform 3, attempting 135 kilos. Let's see how this moves after jumping 7.5 kilos. Jumps 5. Makes it look very good. And that'll be a good lift for Morgan Shell.
Denise on platform 4, opening up with 100 kilograms on her bench. She predicted to finish 5th today, currently in 8th, but definitely got some time to make that up. A lot of control on the way down and a good slingshot back up. And that'll be a good lift for her. And that'll already put her back in 3rd place. Great way to kick off her bench. Andrew on platform 3 is trying to finish strong with a 142.5.
Currently in 4th place is Andrew. A lot higher than his projected 21st place finish. Let's see if he can hold on to that throughout the bench and throughout the deadlift.
Some good openers here on platform 1 and platform 2. Starting off really strong. Joseph on platform 2. My apologies. Ramses on platform 2. Will be attempting 105 for his 2nd lift.
Nicholas Wynn with a big fight on his 3rd attempt at 142.5. That'll be a good lift. Following him will be Diego Mercado, attempting 147.5.
Looks to be only a 2.5 kilo jump higher than his last bench. Kaden on platform 4 seemed to be struggling to actually get the bar down to her chest. Being an equipped lifter, that can be a struggle using the bench shirt. And it looked to be a little bit of a struggle here for her tonight. However, the lift is good.
And after her, that'll bring up Rachel Powell with the final opener of this flight for platform 4 with 112.5 kilos. That is just shy of 250 pounds at 248.
Montarius and Kevin, both with good lifts there on their bench for platform 1 and 2.
Coming back around to Bianca, she will move from 60 to 65 kilos as platform 3 starts off with Brendan Rivera for his opener at 107.5.
We seem to be pretty right about the size jumps that people would be taking tonight. Really seeming to be seeing 5 and 7. Pretty common. However, there have been a couple that have been a little bit more shocking, such as we've had a couple 12s, a couple 10s.
Really depends on the lifter and their game plan. Sometimes it can be a just strategic move. Seeing someone open at a little bit lower than what you might think, it might change your game plan. So lowering openers and making bigger jumps can be a good strategic move for some lifters if they can manage it. As Ava Kuhn reattempts hers after getting 3 yellows last attempt.
Carson on platform 3 opening with 112.5 kilos.
Ava gets 3 white lights on her reattempt. That'll bring up Desiree. Also reattempting 70 kilos.
We have a big opening bench over here on platform 1, opening with 122.5 kilos. Unfortunately, that was no lift there on platform 2. Platform 2, now we have Austin attempting 115.
Another thing you'll see, Abby, on the bench portion is these blocks that they place at the end of the bench. This is for some of our shorter lifters. They can place their feet on the blocks, making it easier for them to get their feet on the ground. Wyatt Hosick with his second attempt. Attempting 120 kilos. bit longer of a grind than he wanted to, but it should be good.
And it is good there for Wyatt for his second bench. Matthew opening with a huge 135 and making it look really easy. 135 at 297 pounds.
Reagan with 3 white lights on her second after failing her first. Seems to be the way to go on platform 4, is missing your first and getting your second.
Platform 1, we have Ian with only a 2.5 kilo jump from his first to his second. And then we have Nick on platform 2 with a 5 kilo jump from his first to his second.
Kate Guzman with a 7.5 kilo jump. Lifting for Midland University, Kate was projected 4th. Is currently in 4th place, even after missing her 3rd deadlift. Had a good start to her bench session and is carrying that on. It was a good second lift.
Platform 1 and platform 2 both getting set up for their second attempts here. As you can see, platform 1 has got a much higher arch than platform 2 does.
Also see on platform 3, Weston with a very elaborate bench setup, though I've seen more elaborate bench setups. Very high arch.
On platform 2, we have Ray attempting 132.5 for his second bench attempt. And on platform 4, we have Jennifer with a huge jump from her first to her second. That is almost 30 kilos, 27.5 kilo jump from her first to her second, which is pretty unheard of, actually.
It is by far the biggest jump I've seen during a bench. We did see one earlier in session 1, a very big jump. Don't remember exactly, but it was around 20 kilo jump.
Easy opener for platform 3. Exactly how you'd want an opener to move.
Danielle with 3 white lights. We'll bring up Caden. Caden, Polito, as well as Rachel and Ava behind her are all going to attempt 117.5 kilos. Caden currently in 2nd place.
We have a Han on platform 2, reattempting 92.5 kilos after a miss on his second bench attempt. looked like a good lift on platform 1. I believe the judges agree. But unfortunately, that was no lift there for on platform 2. Jesus attempting 115, and Anderson Lee on platform 2 attempting 97.5.
Ava Natan with 117.5 kilos will be the last of platform 4.
We've seen some really smooth openers here on platform 3.
Yes, we have. The bar is flying on platform 3. Hopefully, Winston Sooney can keep that going.
Platform 2, we have Joseph with 107.5 for his final bench attempt. Joseph has chosen to use no lift off for his bench. Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for him. I think Joseph just went down just a little bit too fast, lost control at the bottom, and was not able to fully hold that for his bench command, causing it to bounce just a little bit there.
Bianca with 3 white lights. That'll bring up Caitlin Leons. Winston Sooney with a good smooth opener at 145 kilos. That'll bring up Damon Jacobson, also attempting 145 for his opener.
We have Neve on platform 2, attempting 110 again after missing it on his second attempt.
Unfortunately for Desiree, there will be a no lift for her third and final attempt at 75 kilos.
Brendan only attempting a 2.5 kilo jump on platform 3. It was a good second attempt by Isaiah on platform 1.
Elena Tortman, a little bit of a misgroove there. And that'll be a no lift. Bringing up Reagan Burns, the UNK Lopers. She'll now be attempting 90 kilograms.
Quintarius on platform 2, hoping to keep his streak alive here of all white lights, having a good bench.
Looks like a little bit of downward motion, hopefully.
We'll see what the judges say.
By the look on his face, it looks like a no lift.
Oh, it was.
Oh, it was?
Good lift for Quintarius there. Continuing, he's gone 6 for 6 so far, all white lights.
Kate Guzman making consistent 7.5 kilo jumps on bench.
Philip
Trying
on
to stay in 4th place.
Philip on platform 1 with a good bench. Really shaky on the handoff. Shaky all the way down and up, but managed to make that. Eric on platform 2 has made consistent 5 kilo jumps for all 3 of his bench attempts.
Denise getting ready for her 3rd and final attempt at 112.5 kilos.
We have Austin Wong on platform 2, attempting 120 kilos for his last attempt.
That'll be a good lift for Denise, as well as a good lift for Sky Wu on platform 3.
Unfortunately, that'll be no lift there for Austin on platform 2. Up next on platform 2, we have Wyatt attempting 122.5 after his 120. Unfortunately, that was no lift for Wyatt.
Wyatt making up significant ground on the bench after his squat. Moving from the low 30s placement all the way up to 4th. 1 above his projected place. We got a lot of noise coming for platform 4 with Rachel Powell. Her last attempt at 120 kilos. Rayo Rodriguez with a huge grind on his 2nd attempt. Might have emptied the tank a little too early for Rodriguez. We'll see how he does on his 3rd.
Platform 2, we have Nick attempting 125 again for his third and final bench after missing it on his second. And a really strong second attempt for Matthew on platform 1. That'll be no lift there for Nick.
Unfortunately for Danielle, after hitting a wall, cannot find the lockout and misses her third attempt.
Platform 1, Nicholas is looking to hit 107 after failing it again, after failing it on his second attempt.
Kaden Toledo looking to stay in her second place with 122.5 kilos.
Sean Murray also looking to stay in second place with a bench of 132.5. A really fast drop, but able to grind all the way through that to the lockout. And that'll be a good lift there for Sean.
Platform 4, unfortunately, Kaden Toledo had a very smooth up on her bench, but just barely after locking it out, misgrooved it just a tiny bit and got called on bar path, unfortunately.
Jennifer with a 12.5 kilo jump on platform 4. Grinded that out, and it'll be good.
Andre Martinez trying to make up some ground after squat. Projected first in his weight class is currently in 6th. If I had to guess, most likely a deadlift specialist.
That'll be the end of bench for platform 2. The athletes will take their break and get ready for deadlift.
As well as platform 4. Take a little break on platform 4 and start back up with deadlift with Sabrina Lavale starting us off. As Esteban Malroy gets a good lift on 142.5.
A good grind on platform 1. Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for him there. Adam hoping to continue his white light streak on his last bench. He has currently gone 5 for 5 all white lights, and he's hoping to make that 6 for 6 here. The 115.
Kai England receives his first red light of the day, still gets a good lift. Gonna bring up Damon Jacobson, making a 5 kilo jump up to 150.
And that'll be good for Adam. Now 6 for 6 all white lights on the day.
Sebastian also 5 for 5 with all white lights. Damon Jacobson with a good lift. That'll bring up Winston Sooney, making a 7.5 kilo jump up to 152.5.
Unfortunately, that was no lift there for Sebastian on platform 1. Up next, Case Carson, hoping to finish out his bench with 120.
Brendan Rivera starting us off on our third bench attempts, platform 3, making a 2.5 kilo jump, being a little conservative. Fortunately, Brennan does not get it.
Unfortunately, that'll be no lift there for Case Carson on platform 1.
Carson Furness getting ready on platform 3, re-attempting 117.5 kilos. And that'll be a no lift.
Jesus on platform 1 with 122.5. Unfortunately, not there today.
Ethan Lossett with a very elaborate bench setup, but no lift off.
Owen on platform 1 with a 2.5 kilo jump to 122.5. That was a really good grind there on platform 3. Ended in a good lift.
That'll bring up Jonathan Judo, attempting 127.5 kgs. Just shy of double body weight for Jonathan. Big grind for Jonathan, trying to get it up and can't.
Platform 1 is Isaiah. 2.5 kilo jump for his last attempt. Really good control. All the way through the lockout. Looked really good. And that'll be a good last bench for Isaiah there.
Sky Wu, after making a 7.5 kilo jump from his first to his second, makes a 5 kilo jump. Also perfect with white lights so far. that'll be three more white lights for Sky Wu.
Philip on platform 1 with a 2.5 kilo jump up to 125 after only jumping 7.5 from his first to second.
Jackson with a big grind.
Unfortunately, no lift there for Philip.
Fortunately, a good lift for Jackson bent over loop.
Alexander on platform 1, looking to hit 125 after failing it on his second attempt.
Braillo Rodriguez with 140 kgs hits a wall just before a lockout. Can't get it.
That was a good lift for Alexander on platform 1.
It'll bring up Thean Pham, making a 2.5 kilo jump to 140 kilos. As we get ready to start deadlift on platform 4. Thean Pham with a smooth up and down on his last attempt. And that'll be 3 white lights for Pham. Weston Hill up next. Sabrina Lavallee kicking us off on platform 4 with her first deadlift. That'll be 3 white lights. Weston unfortunately doesn't get it after a big grind.
We have Kevin attempting 130 on platform 1 for his final bench. And platform 2 is getting ready to deadlift here. Vincent Diaz will be first with 160 kilos.
Kaylee with 3 white lights, starting her deadlift off strong at 135 kilos. Andre Martinez trying to make up a little bit of ground. He was forecasted first place, is currently in 5th.
We have a 2.5 kilo jump here on platform 1 for his final bench attempt. Jumped 7.5 from his first to his second, and now only 2.5.
Same thing for Kai England on platform 3 at a 7.5 kilo jump. Now a 2.5 kilo jump. Faith Jordan starting off at 140 kilos. And a strong start it is.
Really good opener on platform 2. A huge grind on platform 1, but unfortunately the lockout was not there today. Platform 1 will now be getting ready for deadlift.
Big grind for Jacobson. He gets the lockout. Let's see if the judges give him white lights. And they do. That'll bring up Winston Sunni on platform 3, the last bench for platform 3. As Michaela Woodard opens up at 145 for the Raging Cajuns.
We have Sahil with 175 for his opener. A really good pull for him with no belt. 175, which is 374 pounds beltless.
You don't see that a lot, especially in comp.
As we move into deadlift, you'll start to see 2 different types of lifts that the lifters are doing. On platform 2 right now, we have a sumo type of deadlift, which is where the athlete takes a wider stance and the arms go between the legs rather than a conventional deadlift where your hands are outside of your legs, standing more shoulder width apart. Both of them are good ways to deadlift. It really just comes down to the athlete's preference, what's easier for them to figure out, and what moves the most weight, and all of the above. I can't speak for all athletes, but most athletes have actually tried both and then choose to pick whatever one they can move more weight with. From personal experience, my freshman and sophomore year, I actually competed conventional, then started training sumo, trained a couple weeks sumo my junior year, and the week before nationals decided I wanted to switch back to conventional, so we'll be competing conventional now this week.
What you'll see a lot of the times is these smaller weight classes, like today and tomorrow, you'll see a lot more sumo. And then as we get into the heavier weight classes on Saturday and Sunday, we'll switch more to conventional.
Really strong openers here on platform 4 and platform 2 so far.
Very impressive opening numbers.
You also might be wondering what the white powder that is all over the legs and flying around everywhere is. And that would be baby powder. Baby powder is applied to the legs of the athletes right before they come out for their lift, and it allows the bar to slide up their legs. Unlike chalk, which is used on the hands, which allows grip, the baby powder allows for a slide. So you would not want chalk on your legs because it will cause the bar to get stuck. Then you do not want baby powder in your hands because you won't be able to hold on to it. But the mess that is created of white powder is baby powder.
Cabal with a strong opener with 3 white lights. Daniela Valdez hit a bit of a snag on her bench. Went 3 for 3 on her squat. Failed her last 2 attempts on the bench. Is going to try and make up some ground. Is projected first. Currently sitting in 11th.
But opening with a crazy 185.
This opener is sure to move her up the ladder.
Gabriel with a 200 kilo opener on platform 2. Hoping to move up a couple places with his deadlift.
You'll tend to see a lot of movement during the deadlift portion.
You might also notice that the undershirt is actually not required for athletes to wear on the deadlift. An undershirt is required for squat and bench, but the athletes can choose whether they want to wear it or not for the deadlift.
Sabrina with a good lift. That'll bring up Kaylee Gleason of Sam Houston, making a 10 kilo jump.
Hector with a really big opener at 210 kilos. Makes it move. Might be a little slower than he's wanting for an opener, but it is a good lift.
Rochelle Benuelos making a 7.5 kilo jump. Gets to the knees, a little bit of a tough lockout. Let's see if she got it. And she did not, unfortunately. What the judges are looking for in the lockout is the knees and the hips being completely straight. So no bend in the knees, and the hips must come fully through.
The judges looking for that lockout is the same for either style of deadlift, conventional or sumo.
That is correct. Looks like Sophia might have a little bit, might get a little bar path, and she does. 2 red lights on bar path.
Bar path is just the bar moving a little bit before actually reaching that full lockout.
Any downward movement of the bar will result in a blue.
attempts out here on platform 2. Looking pretty good so far.
Three white lights from Faith will bring up Wendy Zhu, making a 10-kilo jump. Wendy has been perfect on the day. Oh, not perfect. Excuse me. Wendy missed her third squat. Other than that, has been perfect on the day.
Unlike the bench, you tend to see athletes take a lot bigger of jumps here on the deadlifts. It's a bit easier for the body to handle bigger jumps and just...
Especially on the deadlift, as the bench, most of the stress is put on the pecs, and because of that, it's a lot harder to recover between lifts and less muscle recruitment means moving less weight. But compare that to the deadlift, where the entire body is working to lift that weight. It's a lot easier to take bigger jumps because of that. As you'll see, 10 to 15 kilos is a lot more common as opposed to the bench.
We see Ethan Tran here with a 15-kilo jump from his first to his second. A little bit tricky, but locks it out nice and easy.
A lot of noise coming from the Raging Cajuns from Michaela Woodard as she gets her second attempt up. Now starting platform 3. Maya on platform 4, reattempting 155 kilos.
That'll be a good lift on platform 2, and he's excited about that one.
As well as a good lift on platform 4 from Mia. And Dave Domingo will start us off. Platform 3 with 195 kilos.
Platform 1 will not be joining us in the start of their deadlifts. Up first on platform 1 will be Dylan with an attempt of 170 kilos. On platform 2 right now we have Andrew Freeland attempting 190. Another thing on deadlift is grip. Some athletes will do a hook grip, which means that both hands are on the bar facing the same direction. The palm will be facing the athlete, and then the hand will then be wrapped around the bar. Or there's a switch grip, which means one of the hands is facing the athlete, and one of the palms is facing the athlete, and the other palm is facing out before the athlete grabs the bar. Decision is left up to the athlete as to what's more comfortable. From personal experience, I think hook is harder. I think if you are able to have a hook grip with these heavier weights, honestly, your grip strength is better, but that is just my personal opinion. And I think I'm allowed to say that because I compete as switch grip.
Hook grip is very hard to learn, and it takes a long time for those calluses to build up on your thumbs. But it can be very beneficial to those who use it. It can be very secure. You'll also see hook grip most usually with sumo lifters, although You will sometimes see it with conventional.
Some good openers here on platform 1. And looks like a good lift here on platform 2 as well.
Diego Mercado opening up at 200 kilos. Sydney Tucker with 3 white lights.
A really fast opener on platform 1 by Joseph. Morgan on platform 3, opening up with a really big 205.
Daniela Valdez asking for some support. Wants a little bit more volume for her second attempt at 192.
Good lifts here on platform 2. We have Tyson on platform 1, making it look easy.
Nicholas Wynn on platform 3 will open up at 205 kilos. Nicholas has not missed a single lift today.
A really good lift there for Brian on platform 1. Good way to start the deadlift.
Sabrina with a big grind, gets it past the knees, knocks it out. And that will start off the third attempts on platform 4 with a good lift. As Brady Collins makes 207 look like the bar.
Noah Gonzalez with a 15-kilo jump to his second attempt of 210 kilos.
Shelly Benuelos looking to stay in 11th place, re-attempting her 147. Unfortunately, will not get it. Dab from Sophia Howell after missing her third, or from Kaylee Greason, sorry. After missing her third squat or deadlift attempt. Austin with a good opener, 207.5.
We have Vincent on platform 11th place with this final pull.
Faith Jordan trying to move up 2 places, making a 7.5 kilo jump. A big grind, gets it past the knees, trying to lock it out, and unfortunately cannot. This is personally my favorite part of the session.
Is the deadlifts?
Specifically the third deadlifts. This is my favorite part, at least to watch. It can be actually my least favorite part to compete, but there's a lot of strategy, a lot of trying to last ditch attempts to make place, and I love watching everyone go balls to the walls, trying to get everything out of the tank. As Windy Zoo tries to, unfortunately does not get the lockout. As Davis Verrois tries to keep his perfect streak alive, he has not missed a single lift. Opening up with 212.5 kilos. Doesn't like the bar placement. Trying to move it a little bit. Get set up. Matthew Mencius with a good lift.
Eric on platform 2 attempting 190. He's made consistent 10 kilo jumps for all of his deadlifts. He's a hook grip. Past the knees and good lockout. And that'll be good.
Stephen Tran also with a hook grip. Michaela Woodard trying to find her lockout. Gets it. Gets the down command. And unfortunately does not get it. Trying to move up a place from 6th to 5th. Did not get it.
We have Andrew on platform 2 with his final deadlift of 195. He has it to the knees. Pulls it all the way through the lockout and gets his down command. And it'll be good. He is excited.
Now is Daniela Rosario with a big grind. Reattempting 170 to try to move from 6th to 5th. And that'll be a good lift. A lot of excitement coming from Rosario.
Gavin on platform 2 really finding that mindset to pull 195, which is over triple his body weight. And it'll be good.
Pilar Capatillo with a good lift after reattempting 172.5. Now up on platform 3, Dave Domingo. He ups after his first attempt.
Dave decided to go up 15 kilos after failing his first deadlift. On platform 3, it looks like we're having a little bit of an issue when it comes to the lockout. The deadlift is really easy. He has really good technique. It's just that when he goes to, he's setting his shoulders a little bit too far back. So he's leaning it a little bit too far backwards on his lockout, causing him to lose balance before he gets that down command. And because he's losing balance before he gets that down command, his feet are moving, causing him to have a no lift. So these athletes really have to find a balance of being able to make sure that the bar is locked out, but not getting so far back that they lose control over the bar.
And Geraldine, with her third, gets 180 for a good lift.
An attempt made by Jason Clark, but unfortunately not there tonight. Deadlift 3, especially on the male side, is where we tend to see a lot more misses. No hate to the men or anything, but they get a little bit excited after they get their seconds, and they like to up it a little bit more, sometimes causing their third attempt to be a little higher than what they can actually hit. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a way that some athletes choose to do their last one. I mean, it's your last lift of the day. Might as well ball out and go hard. But you'll tend to see that a lot here.
And with her third attempt, Daniela Valdez will go for the American record in the women's equipped collegiate with 197.5 kilos.
We have Vincent on platform 2 attempting 210 kilos. 12.5 kilos higher than his second. He's got to pass the knees, lock it out. Looks good, and we'll see what the judges say.
Daniela Valdez, unfortunately, does not get that American record with 3 yellows. And that will bring up the next flight, starting with Ava Kuhn at 100 kilos for her opening deadlift. Morgan Shelton moving up 12.5 kilos. Ava Kuhn will have 3 white lights. That'll bring up Caitlin Leons with 110 kilos.
Hector will be attempting 225 kilos on platform 2 for his final deadlift attempt. A very serious setup. Unfortunately, he does not have that tonight.
Austin Dugan with a good lift will bring up Nicholas Wayne. 12.5 kilo jump. Quite a big jump. His opener did move pretty well.
That was an easy second for Tyson on platform 1. Platform 2, now starting the second flight of deadlifts. Ashton Evans will be first with 182.5 kilos. Easy opener on platform 2.
As well as an easy second on platform 3.
Platform 2, we have Anderson opening with 185.
Gilbert Perez with 3 white lights after going up 10 kilos on his second. That'll bring up Brady Collins, making a 15 kilo jump from 207 to 222.5 pounds. That is 490 pounds.
Unfortunately, there's some downward movement there on platform 3.
Denise Lehmann opening up with more than double body weight.
An easy 190 opener for platform 2. He did not seem very happy with that after he put that down. I thought it looked good.
Danielle with her opener at 155 kilos. And 3 white lights.
Kahan with a really good opener for his deadlift.
On platform 3, we have Davis Berlois.
Do you think the hardest part of deadlift is getting it off the floor or locking it out?
I'd say locking it out, at least for me, is a lot harder. I've had some technique issues that I've been working through, but I know for a lot of people, especially sumo lifters, it can be really hard off the floor. What about you?
I think as a conventional lifter, I would have to agree with the lockout. I don't know. Usually getting it off off the floor is not my problem. It's after the knees.
Can be very hard to get those hips through.
An interesting sumo setup here on platform 3. That is something I've never seen before. Seems to work for him.
A very, very wide sumo stance for Matthew Mencius, making a 20-kilo jump. Making it look very easy while doing it. Now Jennifer Benavides opening with 185 kilos.
The easiest third I've seen on platform 1. He made a 17.5-kilo jump and made it look easy, like it could have been his opener. We got Wyatt on platform 2 with an attempt of 205. And it should be good.
Ava Kuhn with her second attempt. That'll be 3 white lights. Don Oliveras with a 15-kilo jump. Fortunately, does not have it.
We've got 2 different shoes on here on platform 2. We got a purple or white one and a blue one. As long as 2 different socks as well.
Very different fashion choice. I definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off, but it looks good on him.
Another easy third on platform 1 by Jonathan. 210 kilos went up like it was nothing. A good opener by Ray on platform 2.
Andrew Benavides, after missing his first, upped 12.5 kilos and missed it again. Now, 3rd time's the charm, trying to finally get his deadlift.
Really hoping to not bomb out here on platform 3. It would kind of suck a little bit to bomb out on your last lift of the day. And it is good. Platform 1 is happy with how that deadlift finished.
Denise with 3 white lights on platform 4. That'll bring up Rachel Powell.
A good lift for Tyson there on platform 1. He's excited about that one.
And unfortunately, a no lift for Rachel, as Dave Domingo makes another 15-kilo jump and gets it.
Platform 1 was wanting some noise made for him. Trying to get the crowd a little bit excited for his third attempt. Platform 1 is Mo, and he has so far gone 8 for 8, hoping to make this 9 for 9 with a 12.5-kilo jump on his last deadlift.
Nicholas Wynn, unfortunately, finished his day with a no lift after going perfect 8 for 8. But got to be proud for Nick. Finishes third in his weight class after being predicted finishing 14th. It's now Darian Delgado will now try to pick up 227.5 kilos. Kate Guzman with 3 white lights in her second attempt of 165 kilos.
A good grind for a third on platform 1. We'll see if the judges give it to him. That was good. Watching that here, me personally, it looked like the lockout was a little bit soft, but the judges disagreed with me.
Danielle with a good lift. Morgan Shelton now trying his third attempt, 227.5 kilos. And that'll be a no lift.
Matthew attempting 230. Platform 2, we have Nick with 200. Both of those really good lifts. That'll be good.
Kaden Polito with her second attempt, unfortunately does not get it. Desiree Alanis on platform 4, making a pretty sizable jump of 22.5 kilos, or excuse me, 17.5 kilos.
Platform 1, we have Miles attempting 232, jumped 20 kilos from his first to his second, and then 12 from the second to his third. And that'll be good for him.
A no lift on platform 3 will bring up Gilbert Perez. In a big fight for Reagan, we'll give her 3 white lights in her second attempt. That'll bring up Jennifer Benavides. Jennifer projected to finish first in her weight class, currently is first in her weight class. Perez on platform 3, unfortunately, looked like he had it, and then grip failed. Ava Kuhn now finishing up with her third and final attempt. that'll be a good lift for Ava to finish her day.
Brandon jumped 10 kilos after failing his second.
Brady Collins getting ready for his third. Went up after receiving a red, a blue, and a yellow. Trying to fix 3 different things and go up in weight.
Platform 1 getting started on flight number 2. Up first is Eric, and he will be deadlifting 192.5 kilos.
Brady will be successful with 2 white lights. And on platform 3, we have a good lift. I'll bring in Caitlin Leons, making a 15-kilo jump up to 145 kilos. Unfortunately, a no lift for Caitlin.
Good opener there on platform
1. Austin Dugan, unfortunately, no lift.
Ventarius Brown has so far no red lights on the day. Hoping to keep that streak up with his second deadlift of 215 kilos. Jumped 10 kilos from his first deadlift. Looked like a really, really easy second.
Rachel Powell now re-attempting 160 kgs after failing it on her second attempt. Unfortunately, Rachel does not have it. Three white lights and a good lift on platform 3.
There was no lift there for Ray on platform 2.
A bit of a fight for Stephen Baton on platform 3, but he will get a good lift. Now on platform 4, big chant for Ava. A 10-kilo jump to 170 kilos.
That was an easy second lift on platform 2 by Sean Murray. Moved really well. Honestly, probably could have been an opener. Platform 2, we have Wyatt going 217.5 kilos for his second lift. And that'll be really good.
Kate Polito retrying her third and final attempt at 172.5.
super easy opener on platform 1. And a good second there on platform 2 for Joseph.
A bit shaky for Matthew. Danielle McIntyre finishes her deadlift with 3 white lights and a smile. That'll bring up Desiree from Missouri Valley College, attempting 177.5 kilos.
Openers are flying over here on platform 1. All of them super easy.
Desiree trying to find the lockout. Gets the down command. As well as 2 white lights for a good lift. Stephen Tran, a big fight. Gets it to the knees. A great fight by Stephen Tran. Gave it everything he had. Kate Guzman now up for her 3rd attempt at 182.5. Does not have it.
Anderson on platform 2 was not liking the way it was set up. Had the spotters and loaders adjust a few things.
Reagan looking to the score. Gets 2 white lights on 187.5, and that'll move her from 6th place to 5th place. And now for Midland University, Jennifer Benavides. Now try and break the American record.
Platform 1 with a really narrow conventional stance.
Tough lockout from Jennifer. Gets the down command and 3 white lights. Jennifer Benavides has now the American record in the women's equipped collegiate 70 kilo class.
Platform 2, completely surprised that that even went up.
The lifter or you?
The lifter, sorry. He was in complete shock by the time he got that lockout.
I was about to say, that's not very nice.
The lifter was shocked.
Platform 3 getting rolling on their 2nd flight of deadlifts.
What do you think the most common call tonight has been? The red for posture and lockout or blue for bar path?
I feel like it's been, red is always super common, but I feel like I've seen a lot more blue than I'm used to.
A lot of downward motion in
Yeah.
the deadlift. platform 2, we have Ray re-attempting 215 after not hitting it on his second attempt.
Carson with a good opener. Leo Rodriguez opening up at 225.5 kilos. Over triple his body weight. And the way that opener moved, I wouldn't be surprised if we would see quadruple his body weight.
Rams is here with a 217.5, opening. I think he got a little too excited there and missed his down command. I feel like I've seen that a little bit tonight. Athletes getting a little bit too excited that it went up and they're forgetting about the down command.
Yeah, it is understandable on this stage though. A lot of adrenaline running through these athletes. Biggest stage most of these athletes have ever been on in their life. A good lift for Jacobson.
That was a good opener on platform 1 for Isaiah. Wyatt with 225, hoping to close off his deadlift with 3 white lights.
If he gets this will move him from 4th place to 3rd place in his weight class.
Don't stop pulling, Wyatt.
And that'll be a good lift for Wyatt Hosson. Wyatt sure is excited. As a teammate of his, I can attest that he does like to scream in a very high-pitched voice after hitting PRs.
He gets excited.
He does get very excited.
Unfortunately for Austin, that is a no lift for his final attempt.
Sky Woo now up to open his deadlift on platform 3 at 230 kilos.
Sean Murray on platform 2, hoping for a big pull here. He has currently gone 8 for 8 and is hoping to make this to be 9 for 9. And that is second place there for Sean Murray. A 9 for 9 day. Actually incredible out here on the national stage.
Thean Fan with 3 white lights again. We'll bring up Brendan Rivera, opening his deadlift at 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds.
Big pull for Joseph. This is 5th place right here. He's got the lockout, and it is good.
Andre Martinez opening up with 240 kilos.
Platform 2, Neve having the crowd get loud for him. He took a 20-kilo jump from his first to his second and is now making a 25-kilo jump from his second to his third. Hoping for a big pull that unfortunately is not there tonight. Great move leaving the platform though.
Esteban Mallory from McKendree University opens up at 245 kilos.
Sebastian Garza, 237.5 pounds, pulling for first place. Unfortunately, I do not think he had that lockout. Overall, great day for Sebastian. Still ends in first. And last but not least on platform 2, we have Latarius Brown. Currently gone 8 for 8. No red lights at all. Let's see if he can keep it clean for his last attempt. Walk out of here with all white lights, completely 9 for 9.
Jonathan Judo with 3 white lights on platform 3.
On platform 1, we have Matthew. He went up 5 kilos after failing his first deadlift. We'll see what he does here. I believe Lentarius just jumped his down command. And unfortunately, that took away 3rd place. And that was his only red of the day.
As Winston Sooney gets 3 white lights on his second attempt of 212.5 kilos. That'll bring up Weston Hill on platform 3, making a 12.5 kilo jump.
That last deadlift really just shows you how important it is to wait for that down command. He would have moved from 11th to 3rd place, but because he jumped the down command, it wasn't there. That was podium to no podium, just like that. Platform 1, we've got 225 being loaded onto the bar.
Carson Furness makes a chalk beard and will get 3 white lights on his second attempt.
A very, very narrow conventional stance here on platform 1. His feet are pretty much touching. Most people can't even stand normally like that, and he is out here deadlifting almost 500 pounds like that. And that'll be a good lift.
Ethan Lawson making a 17.5 kilo jump for 230 kilos, only getting 1 red light for a good lift. Next up is Braillo Rodriguez. He will be attempting 235 kilos for his second attempt. Alexander Rep on platform 1, making a 10 kilo jump up to 230 as Jackson Van Overloop makes his attempt at 237.5 kilos. And that'll be a good lift for Jackson. Damon Jacobson now up, attempting his second attempt. As well as Case Carson, making a 15 kilo jump to 230. And unfortunately gets 2 red lights.
That was quite the grind there on platform 3 for Damon, but it'll be a good lift.
Sky Wu currently in 4th place, predicted to finish 3rd, trying to make up a little bit of ground here, making a 17.5 kilo jump.
That was a good lift there. Second attempt for Ian from Utah State, jumping 12.5 kilos.
Good lift for Sky Wu. Will bring up Kai England.
Ian wanted his bar cleaned before he went out there to deadlift. Unfortunately, that is cutting into his time because the bar was loaded. but luckily it's a deadlift, so shouldn't take him too long to get it up.
Now, the way that the timer works is on bench and squat, the lift will still count as long as you get the start command from the head ref before the time runs out. And then on deadlift, you just have to start pulling the bar off the ground before the time runs out. You do not have to complete the lift before your minute is up.
Correct. Isaiah on platform 1 missed the 130 but went up to 140, hoping to get this one.
Ian Pham with 3 white lights on his second. That'll bring up Brendan Rivera, jumping from 237.5 to 255 kilos.
That was a good lift there for Isaiah. Definitely gotten a little bit quieter in here, a lot less crowd noise as we start to finish up tonight.
Brendan Rivera flicks his belt aggressively at the crowd as he gets 3 white lights. That'll bring up Andre Martinez.
Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift on platform 1. Some difficulty with the bar path there. Bar moved a little bit before it was locked out, causing downward motion.
That'll be 3 white lights for Andre. Next up is Esteban Malroy, upping 15 kilos from 245 to 260, or 573 pounds.
On platform 1, we have Nicholas, who's attempting 205 kilos again after missing it his second attempt.
Esteban with 3 white lights. That'll bring up Jonathan Judo to start the 3rd and final attempts for this flight on platform 3.
Fortunately, that was no lift there again for Nicholas.
And an easy 3rd for Jonathan Judo.
No movement really there at all for Kevin on platform 1, resulting in a no lift. Leaving in a great mood though.
Winston Sooney with his 3rd and final attempt at 225 kilos. Unfortunately, Sooney does not have it.
7.5 kilo jump here for Jesus.
Weston making a 15 kilo jump, trying to make his way from his 9th place spot to his 5th place spot. And it looks like he will get that 5th place spot.
Matthew Wong attempting 217 kilos again after failing it on his 2nd. He also failed his first deadlift, so he's hoping to get this so he doesn't bomb out on his last deadlift. Again, that would be a little upsetting to bomb out after all of your lifts. So hopefully he gets this. That'll be a close one. Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift. Do some downward motion right before his command, which will cause him to bomb out, and there will be no placement and no points.
Carson Furness finishes his day after reapplying his chalk beard, and that'll bring up Bailo Rodriguez, jumping up 10 kilos to 245. Trying to jump 1 place from 5th to 6th with this deadlift. Gets the knees locked out. Can he get the hips through? It looks like he does. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Rodriguez.
That'll be a good lift there on platform 1. Super excited about that one.
Ethan Lossett now up. Making a 17.5 kilo jump. If he gets this, he will move 7 places from 17th to 10th. Gets it past his knees. Looked like he got the hips through to me. Let's see what the judges say. They say that's a good lift. Jackson Von Overloop now with his 3rd and final attempt.
Sebastian on platform 1, attempting 230 for his final attempt.
Sky Woo up to bat with 255 kilos.
Carson attempting 232.5 after failing 230.
And a no lift for Sky Woo. That'll bring up Damon Jacobson with 255 kilos on the bar. If he gets this up, it'll move him from 4th place to 2nd place.
Unfortunately, that was no lift on platform 1.
A little really shaky for Damon. Gets stuck at the knees and can't get it.
We have an attempt change over on platform 3. Platform 1, we have an attempt of 235 kilos. He has consistently jumped 10 kilos every lift. We will see if he gets this one. Again, a really narrow stance.
Kai England jumping at 12.5 kilos up to 260 from 247.
Unfortunately, there will be no lift there on platform 1.
Kai fights for the lockout, doesn't get it. That'll bring up Andre Martinez, trying to fight to stay in his 1st place spot, jumping from 257 to 262.5 kilos.
We have Owen on platform 1. $237.5 kilos for him. Unfortunately, it is not there.
Andre comes running out after eating into a little bit of his time. He should be fine. Unfortunately, Andre does not have it.
Platform 1, getting some instructions from the coach before they start the timer there. Coach asked for it to be chalked and then clean. Alexander hit his 1st deadlift, failed his 2nd, and then went up 10. See if he pulls this one.
Brendan Rivera now attempting 267.5 kilos, just shy of 600 pounds at 589 pounds.
That was no lift there on platform 1.
As well as a no lift on platform 3.
Up on platform 1 is Adam. He has had all white lights today, gone 8 for 8, and is hoping to continue that with 3 white lights right here to go 9 for 9.
Thin Fam as well. Perfect 8 for 8, all white lights so far. Trying to keep that streak alive.
Adam does it. Perfect 9 for 9 day, all white lights. Fantastic day for him.
Unfortunately for Thin Fam, he does not get his 3rd and final deadlift. And now for the final deadlift on platform 3, 275 kilos by Esteban Mallory, trying to move from his second place up to first place.
Platform 1. He's gone up 2.5 kilos from his last deadlift. He did fail his last deadlift due to some bar path issues. He's hoping to pull this one a little bit smoother than the last one. And unfortunately, it is just not there tonight.
Esteban, in order to get first place, will have to pull this 606 pounds for Esteban. And that's 3 white lights as he takes first place. Thank you everybody for watching and supporting USAPL Powerlifting. All of these lifters have worked so hard all year round, and thank you for supporting them. Thank you to our sponsors as well as our spotters and loaders and our amazing referees and everyone that helps make this possible.
Platform 1 for his final lift of the night. We have Ian pulling 255 kilos. He's had pretty good deadlifts all today, hoping to keep that streak alive. They drew a little chalk animal on his singlet. Lock it out. And it's good. The last lifter of today will be Isaiah. He will also be attempting 255 kilos. If he gets this, he will move from 20th to 14th place. He's had a pretty decent day today. Hoping to finish it off nice and strong right here. And it is good. Good lift for Isaiah. That is the end of session 3 and the end of day 1. Great day for all of our lifters today. Thank you so much to our spotters and our loaders for their help today. Also, a huge shout out to our sponsors for making all of this possible. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for some more awesome lifting. And yeah, have a great night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.